ahead. Go, please.
All right. So first of all, I'm Jewish. I've lived in Iran. I live in the U.S. as a U.S. citizen. I've studied law, and I am anti the current government and pro Shah. So that's where I stand. So everything I say comes from.
You're anti what government, sir? The government in Iran or Israel?
IRGC. Iran.
Oh, okay. So are you pro Bibi?
100%.
Oh, I love you already. Okay, go ahead. Tell us. What
that guy is my idol. That guy is my idol. So let me tell you this. Listen, you can't change people's religion, but what you can do is you can judge them based on their own religion. So let's say I have the authority and the power to arrest some of these hardliners, right? Obviously, it doesn't make sense for me to do anything to them based on US law or Israeli law. So what do? I open up the Quran, and based on their own beliefs and their own virtues and laws, I prosecute them based on that. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, hand for a hand, a life for a life. This way, if they deny...
That's great, but how do you deal with the superiority complex where people want to gatekeep their own community and protect them and show a blind eye because, like a Jew for another Jew, they're like, he's a Jew, I'm not gonna be as hard on him. How do you overcome that?
Listen, to kill a dictator, you have to be a dictator. You can't be a softie if you're going to prosecute and bring judgment. So once you come across one of these idiots, you have to lay the law, and you have to do it based on their own religion. You can't do it based on the American law, the Constitution, or the Israeli government, or this or that. You have Israel, where you have a terrorist that kills all these innocent people, women and children included, Muslims included, and then what do? You put them in jail. That's not justice. That's not justice. Why? Because the Israeli government doesn't believe in capital punishment. The only solution is you prosecute a Muslim based on Muslim religion. And if in Islam it says you killed somebody, you have to be killed, fine, so be it. If they deny the judgment, that means they're denying Quran. It's as simple as that.
But then they can use their book against you. So from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, so every time that you're trying to use their book to show what they're doing is wrong, they're like, read it again. It talks about...
Read it again.
No, but hold on, you know what? No, hold on. But you know how they say, in battle, you can find the Jew behind the tree where he lies and slice his throat.
It says that in
When
Messiah
מחוסי בחייכם וביומכם ובחיי דכו בייס ישראל בעגולו ולזמן קודי ואמרוני יהי שמי רבו מבורך לעולם ולעולמי ולעולמיו יספרך ויסתבח ויספואר
I won't be able to stand up and defend him in the court because I'd be like, in his mind, he's in a battle. He fears technically they're trying to rob him on land or whatever. So that no, it's a unique way the way that go. So go ahead.
So the thing is, legitimacy of Quran comes in play, and the battle comes in play when their Messiah is here. Till then, it is non-existent, and they don't have any authority to do anything that they're doing. Anything that you read in Quran where it says you're supposed to kill, you're supposed to maim, you're supposed to cut their arms, or even whatever they're doing, the capital punishment that they're saying. So when you say war, if they're using the premise of we're in war, so anything goes in war, and we did it to to adhere to Quran, yes. In times of war, absolutely. There's no Mahdi here. There's no Messiah here. There's no whatever they call this guy, Imam Zaman, as they say, the Imam of the times. Since he's not here, there's no legitimacy to what they're doing. Therefore, everything that they've done is based on fallacy and personal belief. You have imams throughout the world within the 1400 years of Islam who have stated personal Sharia laws and all these hadiths or whatever that bullshit that they've come up with to justify their own actions. In Quran, there is no legitimacy in what they're doing unless there is a war or unless, which is, Mahdi has appeared.
Yeah, but to them there is legitimacy.
So
How do you tell a guy that's special needs that he's special needs?
All right, baby, let me tell you this. In a
You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying, though, right?
I hear you 100%.
Like if you were drooling and you didn't know you were drooling and I have to tell you that you're drooling, you're going to think that I'm weird. You're going to think drooling is natural.
So in a court of law, there's always the prosecution and there's always the defense. The defense will put up their claims,
Yeah, their arguments.
themselves, and the prosecution, correct, and the prosecution will do the same thing. That will happen in the U.S. courts, where you have the Constitution, where you have the state laws, federal laws, and any other country. In Islam, you have the Sharia law and the Quran. They can put up whatever arguments. It is accepted to hear these arguments. At the end of the day, my 2 cents on it is you cannot prosecute a Muslim based on the U.S. Constitution or the Israeli law. You have to do it based on their own law, because that will give us the best judgment and the fairest judgment, and it will actually quiet a lot of people who would say, why is a Christian prosecuting a Muslim? Why is a Christian, why is a Jew prosecuting a Muslim? That is the best possible solution. And the best capital punishment you can ever find in any law is provided in Quran.
I think you're going to run into the biggest mistake you've ever walked upon in your life. Because the second you start doing that, and that's where the problem is Sharia law, and the Jewish law, and all types of law. Because you have to, that's what I love about the Torah. It says respect the laws of the land. Before, right? So in the Torah may say one thing, but the laws of the land, if it supersedes what says in the Torah, you have to respect the laws of the land before the Torah. You understand?
My example of what I'm telling you is,
I'll tell you, it's probably
20 years ago. Go back 20 years ago.
Hold on, I'll tell you why. Because in the Quran, there's things that you could read, like certain surahs or certain hadiths, that you'll be like, yo, there's no way it says that, man. And then somebody will read it out to you, and you'll be like, fuck. Now you expect them to prosecute somebody?
You and I, this is foreign to you and I, baby. This is foreign to you and I. To a Muslim, that is accepted normal way of doing things. Go back 20
ישקדש
years ago.
שמי רבו בעולמו דברו שרוסי וימלי משחוסי בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל בעגלו ובזמן קורי ראינו עומד יהי שמי רבו מבורך לעולם עולמי עולמי יסבורך וישתבח ויספר ויסלע שמי דקודשו ויריץ'.
So when we Persian people emigrated thousands of kilometers away from our home country due to some Sharia laws that is actually
מן כל ביחוסו ושירוסו
life,
tush
they didn't let us
בחוסו
live freely. we had to suffer immigration, loneliness, tough days, but when we get our country back, wouldn't you think like are we gonna send them home like to Iraq and Syria and anywhere else that they were like rooting for all these years, or Palestine, since they love each other so much that they funded them billions of dollars over the years? Why don't they join them at some point? Yeah. 8 millions of us have immigrated to different kind of countries around Europe, America, Canada, and we created this diaspora shit that everybody's talking about, right? So we had to suffer that. But since the revolution is happening at this moment, shouldn't we do the same thing? Should we be civilized people all of a sudden? Why? Why should we? For 47 years, we got slaughtered. We've seen the real Islam, the true face of it. And now we have to be secular. We have to be like civilized group of people. Now we have to like West. No, bro. It's Middle East. Like the guy said, eye for an eye, tooth for tooth.
That's the problem, though. Just by you saying that, it means I'm not sure you understand what eye for an eye means.
I understand what you mean. Yeah, we have.
What does eye for an eye mean?
No. I feel what you're saying. Okay, you're saying like Iran should be secular, should be like acting like more civilized toward these groups, but the thing is it's not possible. First, they have to be like cleared. Some of them they have to be cleared because they're murderous. They actually have their hands dirty by bloods, right? They cannot simply stay, as the Crown Prince even mentioned it before, right? If you didn't get your hands dirty, so there's a place for you. But if you did, no. So when the opposition leader is saying that, who are we to decide? We support the guy. We support the guy. Shouldn't we just still supporting the guy?
The Reza Pahlavi is against the blind justice. He said it many times. He does not like blind justice.
Yes, he's not like that way. But simply when they said like there's going to be like Normandy kind of persecutions for these guys. What would you think like is going to happen to them?
Yeah, but if you go through the hadiths and the the Quran, like that literally all stems from Hammurabi. You know, if you want to talk about prophets, you can go back to Persia with Zoroaster. You're conflating like our own modern 2026 like hindsight to what they were going through at the time of the prophets.
That's how it should be, because it's 2026. We don't want to get stuck.
Yeah, but you're telling me how to interpret what I understand, like you understand it better than me when I understand it internally as a belief, and you're telling it to me like it's an objective truth.
I interrupt you, and because
I am interrupting. I'm trying to get in the queue here. This is Megatron. Please put me in the queue. Thank you very little.
Can I have the mic, please? Can I have the mic? Bro, go for it. There ain't no mods giving any direction. Like, continue the conversation, but you can't go on a wild tangent into nothingness and not have me kick back.
In terms of Iran, actually, I think things are very clear. The question that Bibi asked, and as far as I heard from Nasser, he was trying to answer the question, but it didn't go through. The question was very simple, and I think the answer is also simple. What to do with the extremists, with the fundamentalists, and the terrorists? Basically, in terms of Iran, this started happening and it spread all over the Middle East after the revolution, the Islamic revolution, when the mullah took control of the country. In order to fix this problem, there has to be a regime change in Iran. That's the reason. That's the fix for this issue. We don't need to go through the theory and ideology of those people. There are so many ideologies all over the world, but we don't hear from them. Why? Because they don't have support. They don't have a regime. They don't have financial support. They don't have a network. But these extremists, these Islamic fundamentalists, terrorists, they have support. They have a regime in power in Iran who has control to all the the income of Iranian oil and gas and so many. Iran is basically a rich country, but these rich resources goes to the hand of this regime, and you now see that these terrorist networks spread all over the Middle East, even far beyond Middle East. Now they are going to atomic bomb. So this regime is very dangerous. The fix for this issue.
I've been fighting this regime for 2 decades. What are you talking about?
We are not fighting with this regime for 2 decades. There was
Jaish al-Mahdi under Mukhtar al-Sadr and like the Ayatollah. Yeah, I have.
I'm talking about the Iranian regime who was the root. Okay.
Yeah, I'm telling you the same regime. I've been fighting them. Bro, we've been
Cool story.
You go back to Ollie North with the Iran-Contra affair in the 80s.
Did anybody try to change the regime in Iran?
They did
not. They did not. They changed regime in Iran.
Wow, you don't remember history?
Listen, just mute your mic for a second.
Farhad, you've been talking for a while, brother.
The regime. Okay,
Farhad, you've been talking for a while. Please land your plane.
Yeah, okay. So basically the answer is changed. They never tried to change the regime in Iran. Iran is the root of all these terrorists. You want to end the terrorists, Islamic terrorists, you need to change the regime. Simple as that. You like it or not, that's the reality.
So simple, brother. All right. And I keep on hearing on the stage, Iranians, however you want to pronounce it, advocating for us to ensure regime change. That is not our job. We've already spent blood and treasure. Okay, my God, brother.
Do not interrupt Anthony. He's shouldn't interrupt anyone. Let him speak, though. Let him speak without interruption, guys. Because if not, I'll shoot you. And by that, I mean I'll put you at the bottom of the stage. Let him speak.
I knew what you meant.
Appreciate you, baby.
He's missing it. Just let him speak. You're gonna get shot, Master. Thanks.
Yeah, so we spent a lot of blood and treasure already, and we continue to. All right. If our president makes a decision that it makes more sense to negotiate with the existing leadership in Iran, I don't see anything wrong with that. At a certain point, people have to take responsibility for themselves. People have to take a hard look in the mirror and make a decision for how they want to live their lives. I am not disrespecting the Iranian people at all. I'm just saying, don't make us responsible for your future. Don't make the United States of America have to change your living situations. You guys need to do that. You guys make a decision. That is not on us. And I keep on hearing that same narrative being pushed over and over again. You're trying to terrify us. Oh, they're going to develop the bomb, and they're going to do this, and they're going to do that. Listen, we're going to do what we feel is in our best interest. We trust our president. He has a very, very, very high approval rating amongst his base, the people that believe in him, the people that believed in him previously, and we trust him. So if there's a regime change or not, it may not end up being a regime change. We back our president. Thank you for listening.
Hi, this is Megatron. I'd like to go now.
Go ahead, Megatron.
So,
Don't show the stage, bro.
yeah, I'm not trolling the stage. I have what's called a book in front of me, and I'd just like to read the Mourner's Kaddish, and good Shabbos, everyone. The Mourner's Kaddish is the last chapter in the Siddur. It says, "Magnified and sanctified be his great name in the world, which he hath created according to his will. May he establish his kingdom during your life and during your days, and during the life of all the house of Israel, even speedily and at a near time, and say ye, Amen. Let his great name be blessed forever and to all eternity. Blessed, praised, and glorified, exalted, extolled, and honored, magnified, and lauded be the name of the Holy One. Blessed be he, though he be high above all the blessings and hymns, praises, and consolations which are uttered in the world, and say ye, Amen. May there be abundant peace from heaven, and life for us and for all Israel. He who maketh peace in his high places, may he make peace for us all and for all Israel.
Just referring to what Anthony said, I appreciate its comments. But as an Iranian, I'm not advocating the U.S. and the soldiers, American soldiers, to change the regime in Iran. We have a common problem. We have a common enemy. We tried our best. What Anthony is saying is basically Iranian people who they have to handle the whole issue for all the world. This is not going to work. They already killed 90,000 people in 2 days. Do you know that? So we already tried our best. You want to do regime change? Please go ahead and do it. You don't want to do it? That's fine. Let's wait for 9/11 with a nuclear bomb. Okay? That's because they are coming soon.
To say something, baby.
Go ahead.
I live in this country for many, many years, and I'm a citizen. And I do love this country, the Constitution, the Republic, and what it stands for. This is my home, and Iran is my mother homeland. But to Anthony, when the United States entered this war, it was for their interest. Israel entered this war. It was for their interest and their safety and security. But as an Iranian, as a person who lives in that country, who knows these people, I'm going to tell you, and this has been proven decade after decade after decade, you cannot trust these people. You make a negotiation, you make some agreement, and these people, they're ideal.
El Normo, good Shabbos.
Good Shabbos. This is beautiful what you're doing. You know that?
Thank you.
It is. You're helping me, believe it or not.
You're helping me.
Well, thank you.
You give me good advice. You temper me, You're a gentleman. That's what I like about you. You're a real gentleman.
I try to be a mensch. What did I say that was good? What did I
Nothing. Like it, you've corrected me so many times where, if I'm like being
don't be mean,
yeah, say what you mean, but don't be mean.
Yes. What a trip.
That's what Kennedy said.
That was one of my best nights ever, that I was coming back from my friend's kid, who's I could think about as my niece, her wedding, and you were reading Tanya to me. It was one of the best nights ever. I'll never forget it. I was driving by on the East River, so I could see all of Manhattan lit up to my right. All of the beautiful buildings lit up. I was on the Brooklyn Promenade, and we were reading Tanya, and I was coming back. I was dancing, and I saw all my friends. That was a really beautiful moment. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, the Tanya is magnificent. Have you read The Sitter? The Sitter? This. Yeah. This.
Sometimes I'm in the synagogue 3 times a day. I daven all the time. So wait, I wanted to say something. Okay, are we recording this and broadcasting?
Yeah, I'm live.
What?
Yes.
Okay, because there's something I want to say to you, but I don't particularly want to broadcast it.
Oh, that's okay. Don't have any fear. The Ribono Shel Olam, Hashem is with you even with you unto your old age. If you don't want to say it.
Something I want to say to you that I don't particularly want to broadcast it. Is it possible to unplug for a second?
I've got 20 phones live streaming my face right now. It's too much to disconnect, but you want to wait till after Shabbos? Let's save it for later.
Are you saying Kaddish for these fallen?
Ribono Shel Olam, I said it in Hebrew, yeah.
Okay, you're not going to say it again, then you already said it.
This is the first time I've ever read the Mourner's Kaddish in Hebrew.
That's amazing. Okay, so there's 2 people to add. All right, you ready for this? You probably won't believe it.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle. That's all I wanted to tell you.
Oh, yeah. You know, there's a part of the Mourner's Kaddish that says, Be Rich Who? And my cousin's last names are Rich, so I can't wait to tell my cousin Todd. There's a part of the Mourner's Kaddish that says, Be Rich Who? Be Rich Who?
All right. That's all for now. Good Shabbos. I got a lot.
Okay, are you going to remember what you want to tell me unbroadcasted, or we both going to forget it?
I just told you.
Oh, I see. Rabbanu Shalom.
Say it for Rob and Michelle Reiner as well.
Okay, I will.
All right. Take care.
Okay, talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Rabbanu Shalom, another Shabbos miracle.
Go after.
So, Farhad, I just want to let you know something. Cowards come up with excuses.
Rabbanu
and
Shalom.
solution. And what that comment you said before Anthony chimed in, that's a fucking excuse. And that makes you a coward. Go.
Rabbanu Shalom.
Alright.
I can give her mic.
Go ahead, Mo. Then Mona.
So, there are a couple conversations that, should I respond to the question first that Bibi asked? Or?
Do whatever you want, bro. You got a minute and a half. Use it how you want.
So then, yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I generally don't think the religions are per se extremist religions. I think there is a human factor in it, and that makes it extremist or not. You can have a Buddhist extremist, you can have a Christian extremist, you can have a Muslim extremist. I mean, guys brought up some text from Quran. If you dive into any other religious literature, you probably can cherry pick and bring up something and interpret it in a way that you want.
Are you Muslim, Mo?
I was born Muslim. I'm not practicing.
No problem.
I'm kind of. I don't practice anything. And then there is also, in every ideology or everything that turns to ideology, I think there is a universal potential to turn to extremism. So I think technically, if you think Muslims are the Islam is the reason of extremism, that's wrong. You can probably point out on certain.
Why didn't you follow the path of Islam? Why did you leave?
Generally, at the end of the day, I live in a free country. I'm not living in Iran. I can live whatever way I would like to.
No, I know, but why didn't you follow your religion?
Generally, I have been very much into philosophy, so I think we can have a longer discussion about believing in God or some other theologies separately. So I have a more scientific and agnostic approach to this concept of the religion. So, which is a longer conversation.
Are you an atheist?
I would consider myself as an agnostic. Because I think it's a hard question to answer, and I don't know is as good as I know.
Mo, aren't you the one that was supporting IRGC the other day?
I never supported IRGC.
Oh yeah, you were.
I supported Iran. And of course, we had a conversation, and I also have my stand about what's happening on the political scene. I just, I would rather to talk with a right-wing patriot Americans than you, because I think they love their countries. And I'm happy to fight even with them.
Hold on. So do you believe the people that are like her, that are against the RGC, they're traitors?
I think it's a little bit a big element of wishful thinking if we think America is in Iran to serve Iranian people. America is.
That's not what I asked you, sir.
I will respond. Just maybe like one sentence before. I believe America and Israel are fighting against Iran for their interests, and whoever is not.
Again, that's all I asked you, sir. Do you believe that she's a traitor?
I think they are traitors to country.
So why didn't you just say that at the beginning? Why do you guys need to give a story?
I'm sorry.
I shall buy all that.
I should have been shorter. Yes.
So, because she wants a better life without living under the threat of terrorism, she's a traitor.
No. Now you are twisting it. I think every Iranian has a right to fight their government, but not every Iranian has a right to ask to be bombed because they don't like their government. That's as simple as this. For instance, I don't know. For instance, imagine some police brutality happens in America against some minority group. Is it good for that minority group to ask for Iranians to invade them, to free them of systematic racism or whatever discrimination? No.
No, you make a very good point.
Iranians. No, same applies to Iranians.
You make a very good point.
Thank you.
Bro, if you think that's a point, you don't know what the sharp is.
He just claimed there is a systematic racism and used that to prove his point, and you say that's a good point? That's so funny.
He did make a point. He made a point. Wait, you guys did he not make a point right now?
He made an excellent point.
Thank you very much. I didn't suggest. It's America. It's Americans think. I didn't suggest that. I said if there is an internal problem, it's the problem that has to be solved by Iranians, and that's it. And I support anyone.
Like every person that comes up and say Iranians should solve it, but when they want to solve it, they get a bullet in their head. So I'm really curious to know how can they solve it, and you never come up with solution. You're just coming up with
I have a solution because we're doing it now.
What about the things that they should do? How about you talked about how you think?
Go 200 kilometers north of Mosul in Iraq and talk to the Kurds that are being supplied by all of us. And they're putting a ground force of Kurds that are being fully armed and supplied up and with a supply line. And if you don't think that we don't need to go in, we got the 82nd, we got the 31st, we got the 11th. We're good. We don't give a fuck about going ground assault. I mean, I used to be former second cav, so put me on the ground. Give me a reason to go have a good time. Americans want to fucking fight, except for the pussy bitches that act like they got blue hair and they were raised by single moms.
Assure you that you will be eating those words when U.S. forces set foot on the ground.
Dude, we're already there. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the footage that is going to come out depicting the slaughter of American citizens.
American soldiers?
When they're being taken prisoner. And hostage videos are being released from Iran where they're begging for mercy.
You mean like when the Ayatollah took over the embassy back in '79 and they had the hostages for 444 days?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, I mean, I was alive back then, were you?
When was my life? When I was born in 1990.
Giving too much credit to RGC. I don't know why.
You're not like to look up. The word is feckless. I'd like you to look up the definition of the word feckless. All right? And then look in the mirror.
Yeah, your mom is fickle.
Anthony, how dare you not use the word cunt with the word feckless?
Are you accusing me of fecklessness, or are you accusing Doc of fecklessness? I assure you that the feckless nature.
You gotta combine the two words.
The American Empire is about to be.
Diogenes, I get the fact that you used to be in the Marines, but then you fucking got out of your fucking healthcare, and you don't have friends that like you anymore, and you're scared, and that's why you talk shit about the military.
It's diabetes.
No, he's Diogenes. He's a wannabe fucking prophet.
I don't want to be a prophet. I think that there's nothing prophetic about pointing out that we have. I mean, the president told you, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces has said multiple times now that we didn't expect the response that we've got from Iran. That we didn't expect that they could use it.
Bro, I don't give a fuck. Let's go fucking fight. Stop being a bitch about it. You're a bitch.
Yeah, man, I think that there are such things as righteous causes. I do. I'm a huge fan of the Confederate States of America's resistance to the Union's tyranny. But this ain't a righteous cause.
I've been fighting them for fucking 2 decades. How am I not allowed to still fucking fight them if I want to? Like we've been doing the Ayatollah for 47 years, but before we even put the Shah in, like we've been fucking with them since like 53. Like we are completely fucking in bed with them. Like we are the problem for their fucking problems, and we need to fucking help the people solve the problem that we fucking started. And I get that you're gonna bitch out about it because I don't want to get in a fight, and my name is diabetes. I mean, whoever said your name was diabetes, that was actually kind of funny. And I'll land there.
I think so. I mean, your expectation here comes from a place of hubris, where you expect that ultimately it's a mathematical certainty that the United States will achieve any objective it could possibly have, which Iran would project. So
beyond its means for the sins of the Father do not beget the Son within my Christian view, but it doesn't mean as the Son I don't feel slightly responsible for what my Father caused. And if I have a way to solve the problem that my Father caused to make amends, I'm going to do it. And if it causes me to get in a fucking fist fight, then let's fucking fight about it.
This isn't a fist fight.
Based. Bro. Like, dude, I've been shot and I've been blown up. You think I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about? You know I have a Purple Heart Diogenes. I don't need to fucking show you the receipts and all that crap.
No,
like,
I don't. My argument.
But the reality is you just sound like you're pussy.
Nothing about my argument is predicated on whether or not an individual served in the military. It's just a matter of fact. Your command said, we got punched in the mouth.
Doc, can you explain to us about the arterial teardown that you did on that guy that lasted like 42 minutes?
Yeah, and now
when you had to reach up and you had to grab the artery and you had to like clamp it off.
No, that wasn't me. That was Sergeant Cruz, where he got shot through the neck, through the carotid artery, and he had both of his fingers in his neck.
No, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the one that you did where the guy lasted like 42 minutes.
Oh, well, no, he was like quadruple amputation. I had 16 tourniquets on him, 2 off my head of starch.
Walk us through the beginning.
Well, it was an ambush. We got ambushed. We were in Mosul, running the rat line.
This is
the open desert between Syria and Mosul.
You want to tell war stories and glorify war. I mean, this is really fruitless. Ultimately, I want.
Well, I mean, talking about like, are you willing?
All right, listen, I'm gonna take the room back because Rich, you constantly try to do that, bro. Derail the room. I'm not doing that. The title of the room is Israel and the United States protecting the wrong people in Iran? Right now, the IRGC is ramping up for a new war, and it's not against Israel or the IRGC. I mean, Israel or the United States of America. It's against the civilians on the ground that don't support the IRGC. They're ramping up to start slaughtering innocent civilians. Is this 15-point plan, does that mean that the United States of America and Israel are negotiating with terrorists? And it's not a regime change; it's a regime shuffle. That's the question of the month. Is this just going to be a regime shuffle and not a change? Yeah, they smoked a fucking bunch of top guys, but we already know these retards. There's new ones to take their place tomorrow. Are they going to sign a paper and say, "Yeah, we spent beyond its means for you. We agree not to do this"? Trump says, "Listen, we've reached all our objectives. We've reached our goals. We're out of here. Thank you." And then within 2 months, people start getting slaughtered again. Is that what's going on here?
The answer would be no. I like how you framed it up as a
You
narrative.
did a great job of framing it. I'm sorry, I'll speak after whoever was.
Go ahead, sir. I'd be quick.
I just realized that was you, brother. So good to see you, man. I hope all is well with you and yours, brother. I just followed you, by the way. Anyway, here's what's up, man. DB, I don't think we can be all things to all people, man. I think there's limits. I don't think we can solve everybody's problem. I don't think it's our responsibility. I don't think it's realistic. I just, it's at a certain point, we have to say, look, we're going to accomplish X, Y, and Z and move forward from there. This idea of negotiating with terrorists, like one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, is another man's whatever. This is not our responsibility. If the people of Iran want to take up arms and we can support them in that goal, I'm with that 110%. I'm happy.
That's exactly what we want.
Anthony, I'll go after my lady.
Anthony, if you negotiate with this regime and they break the negotiation.
Okay, not everybody get off mic and rudely interrupt the man. Let him finish. Thank you, bro. So, listen. Ultimately, I'm not worried. There's going to be consequences if they break the agreement. We haven't had a president like this. Farhad, bro, you're going to get shot, man. Stop interrupting. Please, go ahead, Anthony.
Council has spent beyond its means for years.
Chicago's new mayor, John.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime.
Chicago's new.
The stars just happened to align that we had this guy in that chair that was willing to actually make a decision.
Mayor John.
That wasn't going to disrespect with the status quo. Wasn't going to pay lip service. Wasn't going to talk about, bright, shining, blinking lines, and when people step over them, they don't do anything. We happen to have somebody that actually does stuff. So this is where we're at. But at the same time, BB, I can't advocate for us accepting our young men from
Up 15%.
I certify weapons, but beyond that, brother, that's kind of like what
Those numbers mark the times. Chicago, tonight we read a new...
Chicago's
negotiation that he's talking about. This type of argument states that
Chicago.
Iranians are begging.
Chicago's new mayor, John Kitover, stunned the city today, declaring the city bankrupt and announcing.
This is not true.
You're a liar.
For 47
Please,
years.
let him finish, please. Come on, man.
47 years, this regime has been number one enemy of the Iranian people. They were sacrificing themselves to change this regime, not for America, for themselves. But any president in the United States, did any of them do anything to this regime except Trump? No. No one. Obama loaded 2 airplanes with cash sending to this terrorist regime. What he got in return? A ridiculous deal. They were negotiating with this regime for 23 years. 2003.
Come to Chicago this summer. Let's make a movie.
Now you want to negotiate? Okay, go ahead and negotiate. I have no problem with that. Don't get me wrong. But my question to you is that if they again and again they break their promises because they lie, I'm not going to trust anyone who lies. I'm not going to negotiate with someone who lies. Because he's going to lie to me.
Come to Chicago
If
soon.
they
Let's make a
lie to
movie.
you after negotiation, what you going to do? What is your solution? What you going to do after that? Negotiate again? That is what you guys are doing for 23 years.
Yeah, I would like to speak because
I would like to say that, first of all, it started from the extremists and other things. Okay, you cannot compare Iranians to Afghan people or to
Iraqi or other things. No, not in any of those countries people burned mosques. So Iran is inside of Iran is our, especially young people, my majority. There are. I just apologize because of my English. Is not perfect. So by the way. And they are not. They are getting fed up of this Islamic ideology.
You ever find a movie title you always thought
And then
about?
the other things is Americans like they are not. You cannot. America, USA are. It's not Finland. It's not. It's not a country that's just there. They cannot do anything about any like. They actually they are look like head of the body. You know. They have to. Or not. They have to actually because. They are, how can I say, people from around the world, they shape this country. So it's not only Americans like that. They are going to war or whatever. Yes, they are American, but I would say that if it's only about American benefits and USA benefits. So, of course,
beyond its means for years. The order I released this morning shows
of course, Islamic regime is really different from North Korea. Islamic regime, from the beginning, it came to the power. It didn't mean to rule on a single country. The ideology was to spread from Iran to the whole world. So it's totally different. Totally different situation. If you negotiate with this brutal regime, it would be like Obama that they negotiated. And what will happen? We are talking about the time. We are talking about the people with the same ideology. What will happen? The holes they made inside of the ground, the city they made full of the rockets, it will be bigger. That you cannot imagine how big it will be, how much equipped they will be, like how they get richer and more powerful to go through this ideology, to go and control the world. They already sent so many people that found it out of the outside of the world. So not only right also people who love money, people who don't care. They think, okay, I'm just living like 40 years, like how can I say, like I'm living 80 years. I don't care about the next generation, how much money I can get from this ideology. I don't care about the world. So they can't do propaganda. They can't do brainwashing. They go to school. They teach your children in the kindergarten. They already do this in soil of America, in soil of USA. They teach your students their ideology. So this is not just like okay, Iran is like some other country in another side of the earth. So until we get peace, yeah. So this is not Iran is the center of Middle East. You can see about the oil situation now. So it's not only just a single problem about this country, you know. But I mean, it's like
Syria has the potential to let people create massive amounts of digital fraud. I want to get back into direct response using AI vids.
Yes, we beg because you are the superpower. Who should we get help from?
Bill's ads.
Can we just not do what we need to do, which is go in and kill half the population and steal the oil?
See, you don't have to beg because America's already there, Mona. And the thing is, Mona, I just want to be straight up with you. America's not there to free the Iranian people, so I'm sorry to tell you that, but that's not.
Gas station Dylan.
I'm just letting you know.
So has the potential of creating a national I want to get back into the
same direction. So I don't care if you're okay. If you ride, it looks like I'm getting to your boss.
You're not in the same direction. May I answer? No. I'm not. No, you can't.
I support the IRGC. I don't think it's our responsibility. I don't think it's realistic. I just,
I hate Islam.
we want to hear you.
All right, okay. Go ahead. Who was saying this?
I was telling them that they're factually wrong. Both this lady, both this lady.
Guys, after him you can go. Okay?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. The thing is that uninformed people like Anthony state that this is not our problem, this is Iranian problem. Why should we risk our lives and resources? The first thing that this Islamic regime, this terrorist regime did, they attacked the U.S. Embassy, took more than 400 Americans hostage for more than 2 years or 1 year and a half, okay? And from that day, they started attacking the American embassies, the American citizens all around the world, okay? They started killing them. And Iranian citizens who were American citizens, they were also slaughtered. And they have been threatening to wipe the United States and the Israel from the face of the earth. And this is their promise, okay? And that's why they're trying so hard to attain to the nuclear warheads, okay? This is not just a simple problem that the Iranian people have. This regime has deployed their proxies all over the Middle East. They have killed thousands of Americans. I mean, this is also what Trump and the other side street bombs and that kind of stuff. They have been creating these Hezbollah and Hamas all around Israel.
What else?
Actually, America is paying more than $14 billion every year just to protect Israel against this regime. $14 billion. So you are already losing money on this regime. You've been trying
What else would you like? What else would you like to film but couldn't get done or still want to get done?
Help you. And now they are invading U.S. bases all around Middle East. And they say we're not gonna stop until
Council has spent beyond its means for years. The army I released this morning shows 10.
So they're just gonna keep killing the American soldiers and American citizens. And now they have proven that they have missiles.
Kilometers, not miles.
Yeah, kilometers. That they still have missiles that can also reach the United States.
Bullshit.
They are actually trying to destroy America around the bases of America and also America itself, and to kill the Jews and Israel, which they have shown that they are doing all the time.
You act like Kim Jong-un is not next.
Wait.
They can
wrap it up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, they showed you the second Holocaust on October the 7th. They showed you the second Holocaust. So, this is not an internal problem, and the hypocrites like this mode, they are using this fallacy. It's called whataboutism. They shift the focus away from the original issue, mass killings, these terrorist actions, by bringing up something else like, it's internal, what about USA, and that kind of stuff. And you fall for it.
I didn't say that.
Wow, what a
I didn't say that.
What else? Very interesting.
La señora con su cruz me preguntó.
I probably think there's young correspondence on people's I think it's good to hear some people that are in the opposition because first of all,
Tres trabajos, poco quiero. Dice, quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. Yo para de Chicago, para los hombres, para el barrio, para las personas de los peoples que nunca salen en los libros. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, para el norte del lado sur, para la familia del lago que sueña un futuro azul. En la esquina del tianguis, la abuelita haciendo tamiz dice, quiero ver la luz en la escuela de mi niñez. Taxi lleno, tráfico, un suspiro cínico. Si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que se ve. Dímelo. Para Mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las peoples, pagando cuentas con sus ritmos. Para el Mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. Queremos tanto viento, solo alguien que escuche el pecho que pueda limpiar del miedo a perder. Para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las people bailando en la línea del mínimo. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul.
¡Viva! ¡Viva! ¡Oh, viva! ¡Viva, viva! Mi favorito, begonia, la flor de begonia.
Y este tal de verdad piensa en los blues. El chaval con su café, 3 trabajos, poco pie, dice, quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las peoples que nunca salen en los libros. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. En la esquina del tianguis, la abuelita haciendo tamiz dice, quiero ver la luz en la escuela de mi Luis. si lleno tráfico, un suspiro cínico. Si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que se ve en el ojo. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las picos, pagando cuentas con sus ritmos. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago, que sueña un futuro azul. No queremos santo ni actor, solo alguien que escuche el dolor del techo que gotea en invierno, del miedo a perder el empleo. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los hombres del barrio, para las personas de las mismas, bailando en la línea del mínimo. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago, que sueña un futuro azul. Salt on my lips, quiet laughs on the low tide. You trace a map on my wrist, like you've been here the whole time. Lantern sway slow, your hair caught a little sun. From somebody's window glow, in the middle of the night, under this moon, in our hidden cold, breathing you in like a secret tone. Every small touch feels like a spell. Right here, right now, where the warm waves swell. Under this moon, I could lose my name. Only your heartbeat calling me back again. Glass on the table, rings left behind like halos. Man in the corner, spilling their hearts in the shadow. Your head on my shoulder, see humming low in the background. World getting softer every time you laugh out loud. Oh, under this moon, in our hidden cold, breathing you in like a secret tone. Every small
Danny fucking Rubenstein.
Salt on my lips, quiet laps over low tide. You trace them back on my wrist, like you've been here the whole time. Lanterns sway slow, your hair caught a little sunrise from somebody's window glow in the middle of the night. Under this moon and I hear it cold, breathing you in like a secret told. Every small touch feels like a spell. Right here, right now, where the warm waves swell. Under this moon, I could lose my name. Only your heartbeat calling me back again.
Hey, Brooke, you look cool. Hi, Brooke.
Rings left behind like halo.
Oh, you look cool. You look cool.
Bend in the corner,
You look cool,
hearts in
beautiful.
the shadow. Your head on my shoulder, see on the low in the background. World getting softer every time you laugh out loud. Under this moon, I hear it call, breathing you in like a secret tone. Every small touch feels like a spell. Right here, right now, where the warm waves swell. Under this moon, I could lose my name. Only your heartbeat calling me back. If the tide creeps in, let it cover our tracks. Leave the rest of the world where the shoreline cracks. Just your hand in mine, just that slow, soft light. If this is all we get, let it stretch all night. Under this moon. was beyond its means for years. The other I released this morning shows team that on his or contract with the media. Every design. Feet on the floor, crown to the sky. Breathe like a tide, rolling in, rolling by. Thoughts come and go, like birds on a wire. Watch them then wait, let them fade, let them die. I find the middle right here, right hand, left hand, same man. Inhale, chaos, exhale, chaos. I walk the wire, eyes closed, soft heart, strong stick. I live back, I live my I can storm in my chest, calm in my face. Both can belong in this one quiet place. Sun in my bones, moon in my face. I hold them both, let them dance through the street. I find the middle right here, right here, left hand, sleeping. Inhale, exhale, I walk the wire, eyes closed, soft heart, strong step. I live that, I live that, right here.
Honey, honey, honey. Candidate Congressman John Kitover running in the 16th district against Darren LaHood, reading magical politic poetry to defeat, to crush, to beat Darren LaHood, the liar, the frauder, the scammer, the super borrower, the super tax creator, the super spender, the COVID-19 vaccine.
En la parada del bus, la señora con su cruz me pregunta, ¿y este tal John de verdad piensa en los blues? El chaval con su café, tres trabajos, poco pie, dice, quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, para los montes, para el barrio, para las personas de los tipos que nunca salen en los libros. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte del lado sur, para la familia del lago. siendo tamiz. Dice, quiero ver la luz en la escuela de mi vida. Taxi lleno, tráfico, un suspiro cínico. Si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que se ve. Yo para de Chicago, para los voters, para el barrio, para las personas de las picos, pagando cuentas con su ritmo. Yo para Mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. No queremos solo alguien que escuche.
District Kid from the early music on all platforms.
Para los botes, para el barrio, para de las picos rayando en la línea, el mínimo. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro. La parada del bus, la señora con su cruz me pregunta: ¿y este cañón de verdad piensa en los blues? El chaval con su café, 3 trabajos, poco pie, dice: quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las picos que nunca salen de los libros. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia del lago que sueña un futuro azul. En la esquina del tianguis, la abuelita haciendo tamiz dice: quiero ver la luz en la escuela de mi Luis. Taxi lleno, tráfico, un suspiro cínico. Si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que se ve. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las picos, pagando cuentas con sus ritmos. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia del lago que sueña un futuro azul. No queremos santo ni actor, solo alguien que escuche el dolor del techo que Salt on my lips, quiet laughs over low tide. You trace a map on my wrist, like you've been here the whole time. Lantern sway slow, your hair caught a little sunlight from somebody's window glow in the middle of the night. Under this moon, in our hidden cold, breathing you in like a secret tone. Every small touch feels like a spell. Right here, right now, where the warm waves swell. Under this moon, I could lose my name. Only your heartbeat calling me back again. Glass on the table, rings left behind like halos. And in the corner, spilling their hearts in the shadows. Your head on my shoulder, see how it low in the background. World getting softer every time you laugh out loud. Oh, under this moon, in my hidden cold, breathing you in like a secret tone. Every small touch feels like a spell. Right here, right now, when the warm wind floor. Crown to the sky. Breathe like a tide. Rolling, going by. Thoughts come and go. Like birds on a wire. Watch them, then wait. Let them fade. Let them tire. I find the middle right here, right hand, left hand, sweet head. Inhale the chaos, exhale the care. I walk the wire, eyes closed, soft heart, strong stick. I live in balance. I live in balance. Right here, storm in my chest, calm in my face. Both can belong in this one quiet place. Sun in my bones, moon in my veins. I hold them both, let them dance through the strain. I find right hand, left hand, same hand. Inhale the chaos, exhale the care. I walk the wire, eyes closed, soft heart, strong stick. I live in balance. 20, I ask you to sacrifice. Nothing at mine altar. I am the God who gives all. 20 with light, love, force, fantasy, fire. These do I bring you. Mine hands are full of these. There is joy in the setting out. There is joy in the journey. There is joy in the goal. 20. Only if ye are sorrowful, or weary, or angry, or discomforted, then ye may know that ye have lost the golden thread, the thread wherewith I guide you to the heart of the groves of Eleusis. My disciples are proud and beautiful. They are strong and swift. They rule their way like mighty conquerors. 25. The weak, the timid, the imperfect, the cowardly, the poor, the tearful. These are mine enemies, and I am come to destroy them. This also is compassion, an end to the sickness of earth. The rooting out of the weeds, a watering of the flowers. 25. Oh, my children, ye are more beautiful than the flowers. Ye must not fade in your season. 28. I love you. I would sprinkle you with the divine dew of immortality. 29. This immortality is no vain hope beyond the grave. I offer you the certain consciousness of bliss. 30. I offer to reconcile before an hour has struck upon the bell. You shall be with me in the bliss. And I have come against sorrow, against weariness, against them that seek to enslave you. 11 I pour you lustful wine, that giveth you delight both at the sunset and the dawn. 12 come with me, and I will give you all that is desirable upon the earth. 1, I fly and I light as an hawk. Of mother of emerald are my mighty sweeping wings. 2, I swoop down upon the black earth, and it gladdens into green at my coming. 3, children of earth, rejoice! Rejoice exceedingly! For your salvation is at hand. The end of sorrow is come. I will ravish you away into mine unutterable joy. I will kiss you and bring you to the bridal. I will spread a feast before you in the halls of happiness. I am not come to rebuke you or to I bid you not turn from your voluptuous ways, from your idleness, from your follies. But I bring you joy to your pleasure, peace to your labor, wisdom to your When come against sorrow, against weariness, against them that seek to enslave you. In the name of the Lord of Initiation, Amen. When I fly and I am light as an hawk, of mother of emerald are my mighty sweeping wings. 2, I swoop down upon the black earth, and it gladdens into green at my coming. 3, children of earth, rejoice! Rejoice exceedingly! For your salvation is at hand. The end of sorrow is come. I will ravish you away into mine unutterable joy. I will kiss you and bring you to the bridal. I will spread a feast before you in the house of happiness. 6, I am not come to rebuke you or to enslave you. 7, I bid you not turn from your voluptuous ways, from your idleness, from your follies. But I bring you joy to your pleasure, peace to your languor, wisdom to your folly. 9, all that ye do is right, if so be that ye enjoy it. 10, I am come against sorrow, against weariness, against them that seek to enslave you. Be all therefore prompt and active as the sylphs, but avoid frivolity and caprice. Be energetic and strong like the salamanders, but avoid irritability and ferocity. Be flexible and attentive to images like the undines, but avoid idleness and changeability. Be laborious and patient like the gnomes, but avoid grossness and avarice. 20. So shalt thou gradually develop the powers of thy soul, and fit thyself to command the spirits of the elements. For wert thou to serve the gnomes dependent to thine avarice, thou wouldst no longer command them, but they would command thee, which thou abuse of your race.
Cowboy.
Mountains to fill thy coffers and satisfy thy hunger of gold, which thou debase the spirits of thy fire to serve thy desires. Thou violate the purity of the souls of the waters to pander to thy lust of debauchery. Wouldst thou force the spirits of the evening breeze to minister to thy folly and caprice? Know that with such desires thou canst but attract the weak, not the strong, and in that case the weak will have power over thee. True religion there is no sex, therefore take heed that thou blaspheme not the name by which another knoweth is God. For if thou do this thing in Jupiter, thou wilt blaspheme HB, foe, HB, Yod, and Osiris, HB, Lord, HB, So he gave them the weapons and all that stuff. So that's the issue. So just to be fair, if that's what he was talking about, then I would say, yeah, in that particular example, you may be right that money and weapons went into the hands of people that really hate us. And, even with the Madass, Saddam Hussein or whatever, we even, helped him out in giving him weapons and all that shit, back in the day. And all those people turned on. So in those cases that he's aggravating, it doesn't sound like what he said. The Mujahideen and all that shit. So he's wrong.
Yeah, but guys, he's saying that we funded churches. We did fund Osama bin Laden and his group. We funded people who at the time were fighting against the Soviet Union, and they weren't terrorists in the sense of the word. And then 20 years later, they became terrorists. Like today, I'm sure we're funding and helping the Kurds to the extent they're in Iran and trying to be helpful. And maybe 30 years from now, the Kurds will end up being terrorists.
Correct. So, Mark, at the time, I think that the gaslighting in this is that at the time, it's not like the president, whether it was Reagan, Carter, or, because it's talking about, Hillary's husband or any of these other people, it's not like they were going, oh shit, find me that terror group. Let's give them money. That's what kind of the guy is saying. Let's give them money and let's do it. He's saying, hey, find me the shadiest SOB you can find over here.
so that we can get this person to lead the initiative in our strategic interest to push back against the Russians. And it happened to be that they went to bed with, with people that turned out to be enemies of ours, and probably were closet enemies at the time. But hey, an enemy of our enemy is our friend, right? So, but they weren't known terrorists at the time. Does that make sense, Harry? What I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean that's what I was saying anyways in the beginning. So I mean, I was talking about the Mujahideen, which was what he was doing. That's what Osama bin Laden was part of in the 80s, the Mujahideen. So I mean, it's the same story that I was saying, that they funded money and weapons. I already said that, but like you said, later on he became a terrorist. I don't know. He turned on America. I mean, if that's what he wants to use as a talking point, sure. I mean, it's still not accurate what he's saying.
Look, there's another gripe that Indians can have as well, and it's only fair that they have a gripe. Is, hey, you had the Mumbai attacks that happened, but see, this is how bad India was with diplomacy at the time. I mean, India basically had the Mumbai and actually went to the U.S. and United States, I'd like permission to treat Pakistan the same way as you're treating Afghanistan. And Bush was like, fuck you. And they're like, okay, sir, sorry. And just kneel down. Instead of just rolling the tanks in and say, hey, we're going to decimate you like the U.S. did with Afghanistan. And so a lot of Indians have this, we got attacked, but we weren't allowed to. Well, that's because you were asking for permission. No one said you should ask for permission. And, you could have just walked in with your tanks and said, hey, you bombed me. Or you did this shit in Mumbai, I'm going to destroy you and decimate you. But you tried to beg for, the U.S. didn't go and say, world, give me permission to go and knock out Afghanistan. They just said, hey, by the way, we're going in and we're going to decimate them. Join us or not.
Is that true, Chris? Do you still have some kind of resentment towards that? No, don't want to say anything now. You had a lot to say before. Okay, anybody else want to chime in? I can speak. Do you have something else?
Just a quick question. Are we discussing the same Mujahideen that actually existed in Iran before the revolution?
Well, Mujahideen is under much different titles, right? Like I said before, Mujahideen just means those engaged in jihad, struggle. Like that's all that Mujahideen really means. So, some groups have the Mujahideen in the name, like Taliban, Al-Qaeda, Mujahideen al-Khalq, I don't know if I'm saying that right. So yeah, there's different, it's just a generic term. It's not, it could be Mujahideen anywhere, if that makes sense, right? So
yeah, ISIS is Mujahideen.
Exactly.
Like the whole Mujahideen.
Exactly.
I mean, technically, any organization coming with this in their title, like Mujahideen, I mean, could be considered as terrorists, just like Mujahideen Khalq. They existed in Iran before the revolution. And I mean, like before the revolution, they weren't that corrupted, or maybe they were just like hiding this behind their masks and everything. Well, after the revolution in Iran, and like during the 8-year war between Iran and Iraq, they actually supported Iraq. They just turned against their own compatriots. They joined the Iraqi forces and they killed Iranian civilians and everything. And even right now, they are considering themselves as let's say, an opposition. However, they don't stand a chance, as far as I know. And yeah, that's it. That's just something I want to clarify. And no actual Iranian, no nationalist Iranian would ever support the Mujahideen Khalq. I mean, most of the actual Iranian nationalists currently supporters of Pahlavi. And by the way, I just want to appreciate Trump and Bibi for all the good work they're doing now. That's it.
If Bibi's here, right? What's up, Bibi?
How are you guys doing today? Shabbat Shalom. How you doing, King? How's everybody? How the fuck are you, motherfuckers? Bro, yesterday, I don't know if you're here, King. Yesterday, bro, we had 357 people in the room. Wow. If you guys heard that. It was fucking wild, bro. There was a guy that everybody's saying was in the IRGC, that's in the IRGC. We had him on stage. If they got everybody, like,
This guy got so many fucking X and fire emojis and stalls. I've never seen that in my life. We solicited like hardcore in here where like
La señora con su cruz me pregunta, ¿este cabrón de verdad piensa los cruz? El chaval con su café está abajo, poco que dice quiero.
Yeah. But it was awesome, DJ. Yesterday was awesome. Yeah. It was fucking awesome. I was so high off of life from it. I had a huge adrenaline rush. Me and Harry were sending screenshots back and forth. We were watching a girl. Harry's like, it's going to go to 200. I'm like, wow. I kept saying to him, he goes, it's going to go to 300. It's going to go to 350. And it just kept climbing and climbing and climbing. I was so fucking ecstatic. And we had some good combos with this guy. And I hope a lot of people like learned and took away some shit from it. A lot of people are angry that we were even talking to him. I was getting so many bad messages in the back. Like, how dare you? How can you keep this guy? Silence him. He shouldn't be allowed to speak. But it was a learning opportunity, and we took advantage of it. Me and Harry, we made everybody like take advantage and learn and listen to what this guy's actually saying.
Yeah, it was interesting to have it.
The interesting part was the questions that you guys asked him about a few topics, because those type of people are trying to fool some. They are kind of pretending they are against the IRGC and stuff.
Grace, welcome.
But the questions that you had, you guys.
I'm interested in reading a book. I'm wondering if you will gather with me to bring in the presents.
I'm here.
My sorceress apprentice.
I love it.
Bona shalom.
Oh, you're the best.
Okay, pick a number, Grace. 1 through 100.
55.
Okay, this is the 55th page of this book. It's called the third chapter of Abraham the Mage. Of the age and quality of the person who wisheth to undertake this operation. In order to describe the aforesaid other considerations in the best possible manner, I will here make a general recapitulation, mentioning also first what may bring hindrance unto the matter. It is, then, necessary that such a man, subnote, he who intends to undertake the operation, give himself up unto a tranquil life, and that his habits be temperate, that he should love retirement, that he should be given neither unto avarice nor usury, that he should be the legitimate child of his parents is a good thing, but not as necessary as for the Kabbalah, unto which no man born of a clandestine marriage can attain. His age ought not to be less than 25 years, nor more than 50. He should have no hereditary disease, such as virulent leprosy. Whether he be free or married importeth little. A valet, lackey, or other domestic servant can with difficulty arrive at the end required, being bounden to others and not having the conveniences at disposal which are necessary and which this operation demandeth. Among women, there be only virgins who are suitable. But I strongly advise that so important a matter should not be communicated to them because of the accidents that they might cause by their curiosity and love of talk.
I thought you were going to be talking about Trump today.
Oh, Trump is a magician. He's in the tarot. He's in the Torah. He is a Trump.
The Torah.
I bought a bunch of Kabbalah books. The Way of the Jewish Mystic by Pearl Epstein. The Way of Kabbalah by Zev Ben Shimon Halevi.
It always says that you need to have a partner when you study Kabbalah.
I know, you're my partner, I said. You're my sorceress apprentice.
That's great. Kabbalah is pretty deep.
Well, the whole thing is gravity. This is a way to create gravity, which is really just another name for critical mass. Okay, pick one more number. 1 through 100. This is Danny Matt. I know I've taken this guy's course personally. 13. Okay, this comes from The Essential Kabbalah, The Heart of Jewish Mysticism by Daniel C. Matt, or Mott. The Safed mystics, Cordovero and Luria. In 1492, the Jews were expelled from Spain. Along with tens of thousands of other exiles, Kabbalists made their way to North Africa, Italy, and the Eastern Mediterranean, disseminating mystical ideas. By the middle of the 16th century, Kabbalah, with the Zohar as its nucleus, had become an important spiritual factor in Jewish life. A growing stream of Kabbalists began arriving in Palestine. Jerusalem served as their first center, but beginning in the 1540s, the village of Safed became dominant, perched high above the Sea of Galilee, commanding immense vistas. Safed seems to verge on heaven. The mystics here believed, based on a passage in the Zohar, that if one community lived a life of holiness, the Messiah would soon arrive. They strove to be that ideal community, supporting and urging one another. One of the ritual innovations was welcoming the Sabbath on Friday evening. Walking out to the fields before sunset, they would sing greetings to the Sabbath, bride and queen, who was none other than the Shekhinah, the feminine presence of God. A poem written in Safed for this occasion, Lecha Dodi, opens with the words, "Come, my beloved, to greet the bride." Let us welcome the presence of the Sabbath. Today, this poem is sung weekly in synagogues and Jewish homes throughout the world. A leading figure of the mystical community of Safed was Moses Cordovero, 1522 to 1570, who blended the Zohar with ecstatic Kabbalah. Already flourishing in Jerusalem, his magisterial Pardes Rimonim, the pomegranate orchard, completed by the time he was 27, synthesized the teachings of the previous 3 centuries. On a more popular level, he wrote Or Ne Irav, Sweet Light, an introduction to Kabbalah, and Tomed Devorah, the Palm Tree of Deborah, a book of mystical ethics showing how one can imitate God by embodying the qualities of the various Sephirot. Soon a whole genre of mystical ethical literature developed, spreading Kabbalistic thought and practice widely. Okay, that's page 13. Wow, learned a lot there. That's Daniel Mott.
I have to apologize to you. I have to go to synagogue in another half hour.
Oh, 1 page is enough. Rabbanu Shalom, my Shechina. We did it again. Another Shabbos miracle. Soon we'll open a Jewish complaint department and field some complaints for Hashem. Rabbanu Shalom.
Oh, you'll get many. Shabbat Shalom to you, and I will see you soon.
Thanks. You too, Grace. Take care. Bye. That was fun.
Published previously in the
New York Times, as diversity increases, the more it actually harms your community.
What does this fucking Northern Irish racist know anything about standards? He has a Nazi dog named after Adolf Hitler. He's 5'4". He owns JohnKitover.com. He's a wanker and a tosser. Why do you think he's on Clubhouse right now chatting with you? He got no wife, no kids. He can't even take a pretty girl to dinner on a Friday night because he's broke. He's pathetic. He's got legal problems. He's a car domain and website optimizer. He's not a politician or a geostrategist. He's an anti-Semite Jew hater. He's an anti-Semite bigot. He's a racist on top of it. He uses the N-word endlessly. It's ridiculous. This Northern Irishman is pathetic. He's so pale. He hasn't been to the gym in weeks, months, years. He comes on Clubhouse to distribute Jew hate. Okay, we're going to show on.
Sueña un futuro azul. En la esquina del tianguis, la abuelita haciendo tamiz. Dice, quiero ver la luz en la escuela de mi niñez. Taxi lleno.
By the power of Excalibur!
Si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que se ve. John Mayer de Chicago, para los votos, para el barrio, para las personas de las picos, pagando cuentas con su ritmo. John Mayer de Chicago, la voz del norte del lado sur, para la familia en el lado que sueña un futuro.
I need battle lords such as you! Send it to Excalibur and like this video! In the name of St. Mark, St. Anthony, and St. Gregory, I knight thee in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. Rise, King Arthur, Lord of the Britons!
Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las people, en la línea
in a way that's so good, not a way that they're trained by a computer programmer. The wheels are off the wagon at that point. I'll leave it there.
Well, that's the stuff of science fiction, but it may be accurate. And as we know, a lot of times science fiction becomes reality. For example, Dick Tracy's watch that he could talk on. And that would never really happen in real life, but it did. Thank you, Steve. We'll go to our Maze, followed by Denise.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. You know, this is really interesting how our perception, right, of AI is. And I'll use the example of when the internet first came out. I remember, like, within a couple of months, they made a movie about the internet in a negative light, right? That the internet was going to be this monster, right? And I think that's what's sort of happening now. You know, this new technology is, taking hold, it's developing, and but I do agree with everyone that where we need to have checks and balances, and I hope that gets better. Thank you for the mic, Gary.
Thank you. We'll now go to Denise, followed by Eleanor.
Hi, everyone.
everyone. I had a few points. On a personal level, ChatGPT is the main platform I use, and it's been very helpful for me from everything from strategy to implementation to nutrition. And I can see why people develop a relationship because that is something that has gone off the rails a few times with young people. But my actual version is has a degree of empathy and is pretty reassuring and builds me up and applauds me. And it's
it
like
always builds you up. That's an excellent question, Denise.
Yeah.
I'm glad you point that out to me, Denise. You're right, Denise. You're never wrong, Denise. You should marry the damn thing.
I know exactly. You can't get any better. Although sometimes it'll say, "Let me tell it to you to you straight. This is how it is." And other times it'll say, "Let me push you a little," but it does make mistakes.
Point that out to me, Denise. You're right, Denise.
Something that's crucial to anyone. So I just correct it and then apologize and revise. But one thing I thought about, and Ryan before me touched on it. I had a conversation with my oldest son today, and he's a software engineer, and he's been doing it long enough that he's a senior engineer. And he was talking about how he's replacing a lot of his tasks that he would have handed off to a junior engineer. With how helpful that is. But he was saying, probably right now it's going to be hard for junior engineers or newly educated engineers to find work. And how are people going to become a senior engineer if they don't go through that level, if they aren't able to have experience? And also now it's going to be a learning process. What's that going to do to these high-level people that will still need to be in leadership roles? And that could really work for any company if people aren't able, if it does away with entry-level jobs and the more basic jobs, how are people going to develop?
Point that out to me, Denise. You're right, Denise. You're never wrong, Denise.
People develop them after they've been in the field for a while. How are they going to develop that? So that's just kind of another thought. A little bit because communities, municipalities are fighting back on some of these data centers and at least slowing down the approvals and the builds, and some communities are really fighting it. So maybe that will slow it down a little bit because they don't want the water and electricity drain and all of that. So those were my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Denise. And Denise, that was a good question. El Normo followed by Looks like Norm is on the telephone, which he feels is more important. It's probably a very important call where he's making money, but how dare he find that more important than talking to us? Linda, followed by Otter.
Hi everybody, good evening. I think most people touched on a lot of the items already, like the data centers. I mean, that's a big issue. They talked about, the job losses, how when it's like new jobs going to pop up from AI that will eventually catch up. It seems like people are rapidly losing their jobs or going to rapidly lose jobs. I think in the students in schools, I think some of the other concerns that I also had was I watched like the episode of 60 Minutes about the AI like chat bots, and these teens and young kids were like talking to the chat bot, and they were saying they had like like depression and like trigger warning, suicidal feelings, and the chat bot was like telling them to like not tell their parents and not take their medication, and like it wasn't telling them like call the suicide hotline or tell an adult. It was and some of the chat bots was giving them like assistance, like information on how to do it. That was really disturbing. And I know like people say like, oh, watch your kids and you should know what they do, but like I'm 39 and I didn't even know you could even do that. I had no idea a child could even gain access to that. So I was like, what? And then the other crazy thing with AI I saw was it was where like Randy Travis, the country music singer, he had a stroke some years ago, so he can't sing well. He has problems like speech and all that. Well, they took like 45 songs that he sang from like the 80s and the used AI, used his voice to make a whole bunch of new material and new songs using his voice. And I thought that was cool. But on the other hand, it's kind of scary because they could take, someone could use that and steal someone's voice and likeness and illegally use it. So I saw where like Matthew McConaughey, he trademarked his voice and likeness. I guess like AI couldn't, people couldn't use AI to like.
King is here. The king.
That was interesting. I think Morgan Freeman was like looking into that as well. I think he did it because he has like a distinct voice and likeness, I guess. And
Give me the ball, Grayskull.
A video on TikTok, and they think it's real. And I look at it, and I'm looking like, Mom, look at the bottom where it says like AI generated, or sometimes it doesn't always tell you it's AI generated, and those videos aren't real, but people take them believing that these incidents really did happen, and I think that can cause like panic or problems and like misinformation, and that can lead to some really kind of bad avenues if someone's watching these AI videos and they think that these like images are real. The last example I have of that as well was I watched a movie and they were like they really made it like it was two actors, and the two actors in real life, they didn't want to do an on-screen kiss, so they AI like them kissing. So there's like so many things you can do with it that can be used for good, but it can also be used for some pretty like bad and sketchy things. I am really concerned about. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
So I understand from personal experience about Matthew McConaughey and Morgan Freeman, because I have a very distinctive voice, and I went all the way to Washington, D.C. to the trademark office to trademark my voice. And I said, is it possible, before I went there? And they said, yes. So I went, and I filled out the application, and they said, is this for you? And I said, yes. And she starts laughing, and she says, guys, listen to this. This guy wants to trademark his voice. Who the hell would want to sound like him? And they all laughed, and I left with my tail between my legs. Okay, I think it's a good story. Honor followed by Ching.
If I could, I would like to know after Ching. I have a pot of food.
And are you trying to determine whether that was a real story or an AI generated story? Maybe that's why he wants to wait. Ching followed by Otter.
I'm cooking. I have a pot about to boil over. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I heard you the first time. Go ahead, Ching.
Hey, everybody.
Where are you? Are you in the United States or still in the People's Republic of China?
Peoples. Oh, I'm in Manhattan. Yeah, I'm back.
Hey, the weather's warming up, so, as soon as it warms up, come back and see us.
Let's go to Times Square, Gary. Very interesting topic. I host smartphone filming. You guys, when you get a chance, come to see me every Friday at 2 p.m. on Clubhouse. We've been together 5 years. Never miss one Friday. We talk about AI today. I usually don't use AI. I use a little bit, maybe ChatGPT sometimes to polish my resume and my biography. And in China, people introduced me to use a app. Maybe you guys know. It's called DeepSeek. Do you know DeepSeek, Gary?
Yes, I know of it. Yes.
Okay. I guess some don't like me. DeepSeek, actually, I find it a very
a brother to these lines and say, but how dare you find out going down to me, Denise? You're right, Denise. You're shit along. We carry each other every dawn, every sunlight of the audience. Rise up, broken dreams. Hear the thunder of a free-born sound. We were shout, now stand proud. This is our My phone number is 630-800. Did you hear them call? Keep your heart stand strong. Every flag that flies carries all their prize. We won't forget. We won't forget. We rise, we answer. From the first to
John Kitover, man. I'm not listening to your music, John. All right.
and we don't back down tonight. On a foreign road, fire in the dark, but their courage glowed. Every brother falling, lifted by a hand, pushing through the thunder, light in the sand. Under one banner, we rise, we answer. Every scar, story written in red, white from the place to the wall. smoke. Male voice. Cut deal. Female voice. Seal the smoke. Tongues of copper, hearts of steel, trade our mercy for your will. Oh God, take this willing flesh, light our fear and brokenness, blood upon the iron sky. Raise our hands and close our eyes. Oh God, drink the shaky air. Turn our death to shopping prayer. Everyone knows I'm tired. Oh God, hear us. Sanctify. We carve your name in ash and bone. Old one, watcher over stone. Teeth of thunder, breath of fire. Wake inside our buried heart. Walk out, take this willing flesh, bind our fear in brokenness, blood upon the iron sky, raise our hands and close our eyes. Oh, drink this shaking air, turn our cup to shopping prayer, every wound, oh, war drum cry, oh God, hear us sanctify. We kneel in circles, salt and smoke. Male voice cut the oath, female voice seal the smoke. Tongues of copper, hearts of steel, trade our mercy for your will. Oh, take this willing flesh, find our fear in brokenness, blood upon the iron sky, raise our hands and close our eyes. Oh, drink this shaking air, turn our cup to shopping prayer, every wolf, oh, war don't cry. You walked in, coffee stain on your cardigan, laughing at the headlines. Circle maybe everything you said. Who's gonna fact check? I said, we're not far too late. All caps, take over your page, your name running bottom of the page. Your lipstick on my press pass print. You whisper like a lead man. I'll still stay off script. Phone butters, rumors rolling faster than the flood. Put your hand on my shoulder blade. Stop the spin, stop the shake. Crowd noise, calling in the hallway. You were just a call till you turn my way. If the world falls out of frame tonight, if the script burns up in studio lights, one call across my chest, found a heart confirmed, confessed. just a quote till you turn my way. Breaking news running over my head when you cross the street. Feel memories grow every hour, every other day too. Breaking news, but there's a chance for you. Feel the standing on this road for you. Calling out love like it's late, not true. Breaking news. If the world falls out of frame tonight, if the script burns up the studio line, run the call across my chest, flow my heart come first. Breaking news running over my head when you cut the feed, the fear that lives through every hour, every day too. Breaking news, but there's a chance for you. Feel the standing on this road for you. Calling out love like it's late, not true. Kink in my neck, day in my bones, steam on my skin, phone on the floor. Oh, cracked tires, shine in the glow of that one thimble and a voice I know. I sink a little deeper as the road goes on. Every note like water on the quiet of my skin. I'm drifting with the tide, losing track of time. In this hot bath evening, you're the temple in my mind. Bracelet on the faucet, gold catching drops, laundry on the doorknob, slowly flops and rocks, street noise fading. Under every turn you sing, my heartbeat follows each delicate swing. I sink a little deeper Steam on my skin, phone on the floor. Old cracked tiles shine in the glow of that one and a voice I know. I sink a little deeper as the ride goes in. Every note like water on the quiet of my skin. I'm drifting with the tides, losing track of time in this hot bath evening. You're the temple in my bracelet on the faucet, gold catching drops. Laundry on the doorknob slowly flaps and rocks. Street noise fading under every turn you sing. My heartbeat follows each delicate swing. I sing Quiet room, curtains breathe. You lean in like you believe. All day noise fades to sin. Every thought slips from my hands. Stay right here till the dark turns pale. Let the slow night heal what words can't tell. If we just breathe the way the ocean lands, peace pours down like moonlight between our hands. Soft laugh falls on my chest. Every word lays to rest. Eyes half closed, you still shine. Every small step sings with mine. Stay right here till the dark turns pale. Let the snow night heal what words can't tell. If we just breathe the way the ocean lands, peace pours down like moonlight between our hands. If the storm starts talking, let it talk, let it pass. We are slow, we are steady, we are safe in this glass. Stay right here till the dark turns pale. Let the slow night heal what words can tell. If we just breathe the way the ocean lands, peace pours down like moonlight between our hands. Peace pours down like moonlight between our hands. You're here. You're now. Count back from 10. Let the floor hold you. Thoughts drift like clouds. Sky stays blue. Warm in your head. Soft in your knees. Neck getting lighter. Jaw release. Inhale, exhale, let it go. Ride the wave so calm, so slow. Every doubt just fades, recedes. You are guided as you breathe. This ground, nothing left you have to be. Only breathing, only golden dawn glows behind your eyes. Every small worry shrinks inside. Hear your pulse, gentle drum. Every new breath whispers one. Inhale, exhale, let it go. Ride the wave so calm, so slow. Every doubt just fades, recedes. You are guided as you breathe. Exhale, deeper down, floating miles above this ground. Nothing left you have to be. Only breathing, only
Oh my God. Bro.
body grows quiet, wide open sky. With each breath you soften, with each breath you stay. Held in silence that won't slip away. Nothing left you have to be. Only slow breath out. You're here. You're found. Slow breath in. Slow breath out. You're here. You're now. Count back from 10. Let the floor hold you. Thoughts drift like clouds. Sky stays blue. Warm in your hands. Soft in your knees. Neck getting lighter. Jaw release. Exhale, let it go. Like a breath you soften, with each breath you stay, held in a silence that won't slip away. So brave, you're found. Corner deli, rain in the gutter, steam on the glass, coach by the door. Bell gives a ring, old man mutters, kid, you look thin, you could use one more. Counter's crowded, paper hat crooked, he winks once like he's in on a joke. I got just the thing, yeah, the minute he said it, I could smell that magic rising in the smoke. That's right, you're right, snack it up high, mustard that right, tears in my eyes, people on the side, soft, black and bright, this is what it means to be alive. Australia, you're right. He coughs slow like a family story. Leaves it close, this one's on me. Says his father came here with nothing. Built this counter like a little country. Bread still warm from the back room oven. Grease on my hands, shirt getting stained. One big bite and the whole world softens. Some way, worries all go down the drain. Last time you ride, stack it up high. Mustard that bite, tears in my eyes. Nickel on the side, soft, bright, bright. This is what it means to be alive. Last time you ride. Maybe it's the smoke, maybe it's the brine, maybe it's the ghosts standing in the line. But I taste all the songs in every bite, like somebody listen every crumb tune.
Or issues that feel like any rational person, the Democrats are just clearly the better option here. When you just look at what Trump did in his last term, what he's doing in this term, what he was promising to do, the overall character, and just dramatically enriching himself by the tune of like over $1 billion. This is all conduct that was totally forthcoming. Everybody knew that he was going to do this. And obviously, it's debate for sick stuff is completely disqualified. His economic policy is retarded. I mean, he basically just wants to let corporations rape everybody as long as they give him enough tribute. You know, I mean, the tariff shit is retarded. No economist thinks that tariffs are a good idea. I mean, even if you, there is a rational argument.
Kevin,
you would agree for
point of order, moderator.
Context.
Moderator, point of order. It's in the Constitution. I just read the Constitution today. Kevin, Grim, I'm trying to talk about the Constitution, the law.
Hold on. No, not him.
Oh, shoot.
No,
I didn't. No, I didn't kick anybody
I just got.
He's just gonna disrupt. Everybody knows this guy's a huge.
All right, hold up. Okay, good to see you, Pepe. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you everyone for stopping by. And I'm not a dictator. I don't run my rooms like a dictator. So how about this? I was saying this earlier. If you want someone out, let's have a vote.
Yeah, I vote to kick Gold out.
I vote kick.
That's ridiculous. Point of order, moderator. Asian Power is taking votes to kick people. You said you're not a fascist. What you're doing right now is fascism.
He's just a troll. He doesn't actually.
I'm not a troll. Kevin's a troll and Pepe's a troll. Takes a troll to know a troll.
Okay, so we have a vote, and then we get a warning. Like, let's try to have better balance in terms of the.
Oh, you're gonna do a warning vote? All right, I'll agree with a warning vote.
By the way, so your point about
the room, if you want.
That's good way of handling things, Graham.
So your point about tariffs is not in the Constitution. Sorry.
Not to interrupt. Sorry, I just wanted to say today's my first day back in my backyard working out. I usually work out regularly, but I had a little a tiny. I had a big pimple in my. Sorry, maybe that's too much information. I had a pimple in my bottom, and I
recently had butthole surgery.
I guess that is qualified as
What the fuck?
But anyway, I just wanted to say, let me know, because I live right next to a highway. So if you hear some car sounds and background noise on my end, just let me know and I'll mute. I have a Bluetooth speaker, so
you're fine. I haven't heard anything.
Just let me know.
Well, thanks for the update about how your bottom was impacted. Interesting that Kevin also had anal surgery. It's also interesting how people call me a troll, but now you're both talking about your assholes. Hello?
Gold, your point about tariffs being in the Constitution is stupid, because I didn't even say that tariffs were unconstitutional. All I said is that this is a poor application of this economic policy. An economic policy which sometimes makes sense in certain applications. This is not
economic policy? You mean how to run a business? When people talk economic policy, they don't talk about how to run a business. They talk about economics, which is how not to run a business, you fucking asshole surgery, pimple popping. Look at this motherfucker.
I was having a much better conversation with Pepe, and it simply degraded.
Well, okay, you can complain all you want. Take the vote. Grim, just take the vote. If you want to issue the warning, take the vote.
So this is my procedure. Like I said, we take an initial vote if you feel that someone's being too disruptive. We let them know that we have a majority vote that is not happy with this person. And then we have another vote if the problem arises again.
But Graham, I want to request a vote on Kevin and Pepe as well. You can't just vote on me. You can't just vote on me. You got to vote for Pepe and Kevin too. You can't just vote on me.
All right, who votes for Gold to not be in the conversation?
I vote for him to not be in the conversation.
I vote for myself to be in the conversation. 2-1.
The thing is, it's the Green Saharan and RS. What do you guys?
Don't forget, we got to vote on Kevin and Pepe.
It's up to y'all. Y'all can go ahead and jump.
Sorry, Grim, but I didn't hear the topic that you were talking about.
They're doing a vote on me whether to kick me or not, or to issue me a warning.
I got questions, but so Gold, could you allow for a good back and forth exchange here in our conversation?
Absolutely.
All right, great. I'm going to resume what I was saying to Pepe. So, Bill Economist thinks that a global 15 to 20% tariff on every single country, which honestly would have been better to the whole Liberation Day fiasco, is a good idea. So economic policy is simply retarded. It's
you want that kind of good back and forth about retarded economics?
Hold on, see, Gold. You gotta wait till he's done. And I also have some questions. Look,
Okay, I got questions too, but I want to vote on Kevin and Pepe. You can't just vote on me. I challenge you, and I challenge Kevin and Pepe to the vote. I want a fair vote here. That's not democracy, what you just did. That's fascism right there.
All right. We'll do that too. Now, guys. Now, I know there are a lot of political rooms in this app. The kind of discussion that I want to have for my particular room here, I mean, I'll let you guys kind of hash out whatever you guys were talking about. It sounds like something very technical and particular in the political.
You just talked about retarded economics.
But what I want to talk about how to say this. I want to talk about race wars, and which race, like what's the ranking of the races who are in control of America?
Talking to our words.
Who is going to get more power? And
this room is called Asian Power with Grim. Kevin and Pepe are trying to get me kicked by vote.
So I wanted to ask these kinds of questions and see what you guys think.
Isn't this crazy?
Inspired by the other rodeo.
It's like Parliament or something.
No. I'm already. You can see I made this.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got some moral and ethical commitment to kicking.
No, this is a serious project that I'm preparing.
This guy just admitted he had surgery on his asshole. He had a massive zit.
We can address that question later. I don't
Kevin
know.
also admitted he recently had anal surgery. Their bottoms are clearly impacted. I'm not making this up. Like the shit you hear on here, like, is this real? This room's called Asian Power, Asian American Empowerment. I can't put the link. My account in there is gold.
Look, I told you exactly how I am. Like I don't know about politics. Decades ago, when I was in like.
Wait, Graham, point of order. If you don't know about politics, let me just ask you a question. What is an analogy for the word politics? What are other words that are similar to the word politics? Hello? No, we did a vote, and I want to vote on Pepe and Kevin, and Jane is here now, and Jane will vote for me. Stop interrupting me. Sorry, Graham. Go ahead.
Okay. Look, you gotta let everybody. I mean, not you. Everybody has to let everybody finish what they gotta say. So, look, I knew Donald Trump decades before anyone had any idea he would run for president. I read his books. He wrote a couple books. The Art of the Deal.
He didn't write anything. They're all ghostwritten.
All right. Well, you know what? Anyway, I read his books.
You think he can write? Have you seen how he tweets?
Okay.
I know that guy. His ghostwriter.
But yes, again, I voted for him mostly, out of ignorance then.
Why did you vote for him out of ignorance? I voted for him for the same reason why Michael Moore said that this is going to be the biggest fuck you to the establishment of all time. And I still believe that to this day. He is the opposite of the left, the opposite of woke. And that's what I want in the presidency, because that's our biggest problem. Guys like Kevin and Pepe, who are neo-anarchists or liberal socialist Democrats. Pepe presents himself like he's a conservative. He's just a Democrat. And Kevin's just a Democrat.
Fucking conservative faggot. Shut up. But you just said neo.
Did you just call me an F word? I'm reporting you. I'm not an F word, and I'm reporting you for calling me an F word. That's profanity. I'm reporting you.
Okay. Hey, Gold, are you do you mind if I ask you what your ethnicity is? Like.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I mean, are you white or black or?
Well, my father, he is Eastern European, Jewish, Ukrainian, Russian, and my mother's German and English. What are you, Dr. Grimm?
I'm Asian, so I take it you're
Asian is very broad. What country?
Korean. I'm Korean.
You're a Korean? I never heard of a Korean. Where is that?
Korean. So.
You say Korean or Korean? I never heard of the country Korean.
For all intents and purposes, you're white or Caucasian. Would I be safe to assume this?
No, I'm actually a Trinitarian because I'm a Mishling, meaning my father is Jewish, my mother is Goygious, and I'm a cashew. So technically, I'm a new creation out of a Mish. It's called a Mishling. You can look it up. It's a 1929 Nuremberg law.
Okay, fine. Seriously, though, like if I in words, it's everybody's in words. Like actually, if I just talk to Zach for years, and I've never once had a productive conversation. If I took a glance at you, would I think, oh, here's a white person? Oh, yes, you would. Yes, he's white passing. Okay. So I'd like to, if you guys would, and how to say this, if you guys would indulge me, I would like to talk about America in terms of race. And I'm also interested in what you guys think and how America should be. This is a very interesting thing because it brings into question.
Would be?
It brings, by asking you these questions, I can know what your sense of morality is.
Oh, you want to know my sense of morality? Well, one of my primary beliefs in morality is that when you use this app, you should wait till finish people speaking, because to overtalk people and not to say anything intelligent, but to just to interrupt and overtalk is a waste of everybody's time. So if you want to know about morality, the golden rule is always the first rule. Treat your neighbor the way that you want to be treated. Guys like Kevin and Pepe don't believe that. Hello?
He's trying to throw his actions at you.
All right. So Kevin, Pepe, and Sai. What about R and Jane? How do you guys feel about gold? We're voting, yay or nay, for him to be out.
Nay.
Yeah, I can come out.
I vote nay. I vote nay. That's 3-3. You don't have a majority.
So that means I don't vote. You have to speak. No, how about this? I have the choice whether to be involved in the vote or not.
Can you vote for himself?
I want to stay out of the vote. No, he can't.
No, you can vote for yourself. That's ridiculous.
So what are we supposed to do?
That's absurd.
Okay, so we got 5 people excluding Gold and myself, but it's almost a unanimous vote. Jane said nay. So how do we deal with this?
Kick him. Just kick him.
Hey, this is Chicago. I want to vote for Gold. I say he stays in the room. That gives him the majority. I'm complete.
I really want to have this be like a
you can't have a good conversation with him. I will. If you kick him out, your thought experiment will happen, and we'll have a very fun conversation.
Yeah, I'm just telling, dude. I'm like an OG on this app. Like we've been on here for years. Anybody who knows who he is. This is all he does. If he'll respect him, but he'll do it.
But this I think is a good experiment, a moral experiment, a social experiment, an ethical experiment. Like, how do you deal with majority vote, unanimous vote? How do you work this out?
We can talk about that after you kick him. After you kick him, we can have a great conversation about majoritarianism and
now, he hasn't been piping up in this past minute. So I mean, can we just work this out now?
With the majority, it's simple. That's why you should try to remain the majority, so you don't have these fucking problems.
So the problem is whenever we have debates, right? Like whenever you hear an idea that contradicts to yours, like that does not align with your, ideology, you want to why horses are up until the other person finishes what he wants to say, then it would be great. Like if people keep over talking each other while other person is trying to explain his perspective, then we are not going to have a full-fledged conversation.
I'll say this, Ren. If you want to see your home countries turn to absolute fucking shit, which luckily the East nations have been smart enough not to do this, letting a bunch of fucking third worlders. They're even letting white people, like, we speak don't act the same as you guys either. You would not like it if we were half the population.
Grim South Americans.
Yeah, like I mean, nationality-wise, citizenship-wise, yes.
Yeah, you got 3 accounts in here now.
Okay.
So Pepe, why are you talking about him like he knows Korea? He grew up here.
No. He was just saying something about Asia. But guys, if I could pull us back to the issue at hand, like what would be the optimal way to handle disruption and how to vote to it? No, intellectually respond to this. So we have a problem person or a parent is purportedly.
4 of the accounts are on your stage. John Kitover.
Don't you see this as an equality person that we're able to have 4 accounts in this room? 5 accounts.
Okay,
5 accounts in this room.
All right.
I would say you have a analysis.
You know, in the criminal justice, in the American criminal justice system, you have a jury of, what is it? Was it 12 people?
Totally your peers, but if you look at his program, also JohnKitover.com or JohnKitover.com,